Well, I don't know why that wasn't on YouTube. Should have been. Try that now. We could change the name of this podcast to Two Old Men Can't Eat Salt.
I can eat salt. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Remember?
Well, you shouldn't be. Let me indoctrinate everybody about the dangers of salt, sugar, and red meat. Welcome back, everybody. It is Wednesday? I hope it's Wednesday. Is it Wednesday?
It is Wednesday.
Oh,
yes.
thank the makers. Okay, we're good. We're good. Get my hair. My hair is getting really long. I need to cut my hair. I feel like I went on vacation 2 weeks ago and my life just has not caught up yet. Everything feels screwed up. Elvin Hair, hello, hello. Good morning, my friend.
Hi.
Yes. The chat. Put that over here so I can say hello to all the nice people.
Thursday in Australia.
Thursday
and time zones are so fucking weird.
I mean, time is kind of weird.
Yes.
So I'm not gonna dispute the constructs in which we place ourselves in. But hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's a Wednesday. Let's amp it up. Let's get some hype going. Shrewd and I are here. We're gonna draw some stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, Jordan's got a suggestion already. We'll add that to the massive list we have this week. Jester Scarecrow wearing Plague Doctor mask. Peg legs. Wouldn't all scarecrows have peg legs? Or do you just like not want pants? Bionic, hello, welcome in.
I can get behind no pants.
Blah, 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 blah. Wow, I can't type today. There we go. I don't know what this is going to look like with the huge blue background, but we're going to try it out. Hopefully it'll not burn my eyeballs out. So, the hype. Blah, 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 blah. Wear short pants. Okay. I don't think time works the same way in Australia. The place scares me. I mean, I think it's upside down, right? The clocks go backwards. I think that's what I heard.
Yeah, you guys are all what's the guy who was born old and
Benjamin Button.
progressed through age backwards? Yeah, Benjamin. You guys all Benjamin Button down there, right?
That sounds wildly inappropriate.
It's probably just because I said it.
It's one of my friends who always wore dresses as pantser for the week. I mean, I guess. I like
Depends
pants.
on the climate in which you live.
Yeah. I love me a good apron or tool belt, but ooh, I love me pants.
And I love a kilt. Shorts are fine. But I can't wait until the climate gets so bad that everybody just says fuck it and we all change appropriate clothing to ancient Greco-Roman togas.
I'm not sure that's how it's gonna work.
I mean, I know it's not how it's gonna work, but I can dream.
I'm really shooting. Like, I'm throwing all my chips in on that Seattle will slowly become California in 10 years.
I mean, that's reasonable.
And then I'll have to move to Alaska.
That is reasonable.
I was working on the video yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
and I got the audio and the video mostly done. Everything kind of like paced out, and I was looking, and I have like 16 things I have to animate, and I was like, shit. When did this happen? No, a broadsword for an arm. That's interesting.
I've been thinking about. I guess I'm not like done with Myconids, but I want to move on to something else to play with for my warm-ups.
Sure. I mean, you used to
and
do
I was,
satyrs, right?
yeah, I was thinking about it, but then I was looking at other plant monsters and like came across old Swamp Thing comics. And I was like, ooh, this is badass.
Yeah, something's pretty. I like Man Thing a little more. Just style wise.
Mm.
But I think it's Man Thing. Hold on a second, I'm gonna look up.
Anyway, I decided I'm gonna do vine monsters instead. Anthropomorphic vine monsters, because I can do more fun stuff with muscles with that. But I might get sick of that pretty quickly and move on to tree ants.
Gotcha.
Or I might do something else. I might move away from plant monsters altogether, but today at least I'm going to play with vine monsters.
Yeah, Swamp Thing always felt like a guy covered in moss.
Yeah.
Versus Man Thing, which is like plants in the shape of a man.
Mm-hmm.
I also dig his kind of stuff a little better.
Is Man Thing also DC?
No, Man Thing is the Marvel equivalency of it.
That's probably why it's better.
But he's like the incarnation of our reality. It's really weird.
Oh, Man Thing is way more of a Hulu monster.
Yeah. I didn't really know much about him until I read Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe, which is a really good comic.
And also something I can see Deadpool doing.
Whoever knows fear burns at the Man Thing's touch. That's the saying.
Whoa, seriously?
Yeah. Man Thing is weird.
It's a little... I don't even know what it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird enough that it's called the Man Thing, but yeah. Oh, 100%. I think they were just trying to make fun of Swamp Thing. And instead they made this eldritch abomination that is amazing. What do you call a human monster with a large eyeball for a head? If this is a joke, I'll allow it. If you're actually curious, I have no idea. Whatever they want.
Yeah, respect their labels.
A beholder?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Igor. I keep talking to different people about like what games I'm playing, and pretty ubiquitously people always ask me like, oh, you play like Red Dead Redemption? I'm like, no. Maybe I should. Or maybe there's just a lot of people still playing Red Dead Redemption.
Maybe. I did not think it was that popular.
I know quite a few people who are playing it, which is strange to me.
I don't, but most of the Let's Plays I follow are Minecraft, so probably colors my algorithm outcome.
What's the difference between an ogre and a troll? So trolls,
regeneration?
Yeah, basically regeneration. Trolls are essentially they're supposed to be like just hunger incarnate, right? So like they're a creature that embodies something that is adapted to its environment. Ogres are basically weird giants. Usually more magically enabled.
Yeah, I think of ogres as like bastard giants.
Yeah.
They're the giants that none of the other giants want to hang out with.
It's like you have the Etten. Etten? Is that what they are?
Yeah, Ettins, the two-headed ones.
Yeah. Those are essentially, could just be frost giants that are kind of weird. So, where's Bri? Brian knows a lot about ogres. The ogres can be anywhere from like demonic to just weird giants. Like it's kind of like a colloquialism. But trolls are also can be giants, but not always. Trolls are occasionally giants. I only recently got into Red Dead Redemption. It's really good for what I've been playing so far. Nice. Doesn't Man-Thing just let Deadpool do his thing in the comics? Yeah, essentially. Like I said, because Man-Thing is the only other creature that kind of has fourth wall breaking potential. And so Man-Thing basically lets Deadpool do his thing because he's like, yeah, it's what the story wants. It's kind of weird. But, yeah, I like Man-Thing. Man-Thing's pretty great. Okay, this is pretty good. I'm feeling pretty warmed up already. So. He's a very confident rugby today.
Good. He deserves to be a little confident every once in a while. Instead of just derptastic.
Yep.
Or adorable. Though I do love adorable rugby.
Oh, you know what? Now that we have a blue, we can do this. I can actually add white. Look real shiny. I'm gonna try a whole bunch of new artistic weird shit over the next like 2 weeks. So
yeah,
be prepared. Be prepared.
Get weird.
Jordan, I feel like you're just trying to cause trouble. What's going on here? What's up? Do you think there's a difference between magic and telekinesis? No. I only recently got into... Oh, yeah, I read that one. Okay. Yeah, we've talked about that before on the stream. It is a very divisive topic.
If telekinesis exists in the same universe as magic, there is functionally no difference.
Yeah, and that's really
opinion.
like mechanically and functionally there is. Yeah, because like mage hand is technically like the same thing as telekinesis. You just don't have the hand, right?
Yeah.
So I think they are the same. Now, if you can do telekinesis, you're essentially either a warlock or a sorcerer, because it's like innately magical to you, right? And there are stuff for innate magics, and so I think that works. I'm not here for trouble, just a lot of questions. Okay. Was there a theme? There's so many Warforged this week. Are there? It could be because I drew like some pretty badass robots last week. Who knows? Mage hand. There you go. Okay, I think I'm good on rugby. I'm going to go ahead and roll. For those of you who don't know how this works, essentially what we do is we take all of the suggestions we have, put them on a list, roll some dice, and let the dice gods decide what we draw. So I'm going to go ahead and start that up. We do also have the poll up to see what color pencil we're going to use for the next drawing. So this first one's going to be purple. Purpled. Okay. Do that. Move my tablet over here so I can actually see things. Careening my neck around. Boop, 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 boop. We have 32 suggestions today. So I'm going to roll a D20 and a D12. Is that right? That's going to not work with one. That'll give us... No, that'll work. That'll work. No, it won't. I need a D13. Okay. We're going to roll 2D20. If I roll a 33, I'll do number 1. That's how we're going to do this. 31. That's close enough. Human male with scruffy facial hair. Missing a front tooth and a musket-style rifle. Okay. Scruffy human? We got like a musket hillbilly, huh? I don't know what else you would call someone missing a tooth. I mean, like, people miss teeth all the time. Bionicle lovers, maybe? Is there like a new Bionicle movie or something out?
Oh god, no.
But there's a difference between magic and psionics. Sakura, I don't know how to say her name. Sukrem? There is lore-wise, but mechanically it's the same. That's the real difference. Like, because it is a game, there's two schools of thought. There's people that want infinite magic, which is like not good for a game.
Yeah.
And there are people that want something that isn't magic, which is fine. Because they want something that's broken off from the schools of like the schools of magic. And I think that's fine and that's great, but it needs to follow the rules of the world. So so yeah, so I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to do it that way, but I apologize for my non-descriptive description of it shows. Oh, is Mage Hand, was that your... Nothing like trail mix. Is that your suggestion? Combine both ideas to get infinite non-magic. Yeah. Yeah, so that's really my thing. Like, if you want a creature in the world to have telekinesis because like it fits their lore, that's great. Do that. I have nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. But it still needs to fit within the rules of playing the game. Otherwise, it just feels cheap. Like, oh yeah, no, I have psionics, so I can guess fireball nonstop. It's like that's not how anything works.
Yeah. Functionally, if the two things are completely different and distinct, then psionics does not give you fireball because fireball is very specifically magic.
Yep. I'm a pyromancer. It's like, cool, you get the cantrip level power thing. Like, you get a cantrip that has fire. Great.
Yep.
And then your stamina is determined by your spell slots. You're just not going to call them spell slots. And then because the other reason, like I said, people just want to have something that's really powerful is they're like, there's no defense against psionics. It's like, well, it should still be doing the same thing. It should be doing mental damage. It should be doing piercing, slashing damage, or fire damage, depending on what kind of psionics you're choosing.
Yeah, you're a pyromancer. The red dragon still is not going to be affected by your fire.
By your psychic fire, yeah.
Yeah. Just because it's powered by your brain does not mean that it gets to bypass the fire immunity.
And then if you do things like telekinesis, it's just bludgeoning damage. Like, you're using your brain, but it is just bludgeoning damage at the end of the day. There's nothing different than like illusory magic or cutting words should essentially be a psychic spell, right? Like you're affecting the mental status of somebody else or fear.
Yeah.
It all affects will saves.
Yeah, I would kind of argue that healing word could potentially be the same thing.
Psychic healing.
Yeah.
I wonder if my creature could tell kineticist. Infinite magic is bad. Cantrips are sweating. My creature would be a pyromancer, though very hungry. Very funny. Bionic, did you just post the sweating meme? I can't remember what that meme is called. But in text form? I'd be pretty afraid if an illithid started casting fireball. I don't see why they couldn't.
Yeah, like
Let it happen.
illithids can be mages. There's no reason why
Yeah.
they couldn't cast fireball. Think of it like X-Men. Just because Jean Grey has psychic powers, can move things with her mind, doesn't like it does not make her really any different from, say, Spider-Man. Spider-Man got his powers slightly differently.
Actually, it's not.
Functionally within the universe, functionally within the Marvel universe, right? They both have weird powers.
Sure.
And both of their powers affect the other the same way. So if you were modeling the Marvel universe mechanically, there's no real reason to give any of the mutants in the X-Men series a different mechanic than any of the other superheroes.
Have you ever played like Marvel, any of the Marvel video games?
No.
It's always really funny, and one of the reasons they don't put Spider-Man in a lot of them is because canonically Spider-Man is the same strength as the Hulk. It's really funny when you start looking at stats and you're like, wait, what? Like, how does this, what's happening here? Okay, SDM, hello, welcome in.
Yeah, I love that Spider-Man is like not only more powerful than anybody ever gives him credit for, but also way smarter than anybody ever gives him credit for.
Yeah. He's pretty great. Give a quick shout out to OKSDM. Guys, go check out that channel. Check out the game. The play. You still have the play set up currently? Playtest? I don't know what you call that. The current book iteration. They said scruffy and I gave him sideburns. I don't know if that's right. I also realized I don't really know how to draw mouths. Something else I want to work on this week.
I usually think of Scruffy as having stubble in addition to any amount of other facial hair.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure there is no actual definition. It just means somebody who appears unkempt. Generally speaking. So you're probably good.
Second Playtest is out. Updated version coming out this month. All versions are free forever. Nice.
Cool.
People trying to get away from D&D, there was a very good option.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of art for that, so I'm excited. Mr. Microspy, hello, welcome in. Take commissions now? I am. I do take commissions. If you'd like to set up a commission, you can message me on Discord. And then you can set it up that way. We figure out what you want and how much it would cost. I was gonna try to get one this morning. It might be a scam though. I'm not sure. So I might have a slot open this week. If not, I'm gonna work on some tiny personal projects. And we'll get some started next week. There's a link down below to the Discord. Or if you prefer, you can email me. I think my email is somewhere. Maybe it's not. I love commissions that might be a scam. Yeah, it's a little weird. Okay, how can I be scruffier? The curls aren't working for me. I'm looking at my scruffy hair, dude. Here we go. Scruffy hair. Oh man, I hate the TikTok hair trends. It looks so dumb. I'm afraid that my hair is slowly blending to that, and I need to get rid of it. Oh, that's not bad. I like that. Okay, we'll do that.
I hate TikTok makeup tutorials.
I have 1 minute to just smear this makeup all over my face. Drove off a hacker who was flying over walls to attack objectives. Aha, gotcha. It's a CSGO reference, I think. I feel like I've drawn a gnome. The world is just better when I use references, I think. I get the hair shape in. Get the hair chunks in. Excuse me. Man, Bionic, I don't know what you're talking about now. I'm very confused. I think I'm burning out on Diablo 4.
I'm not surprised.
Really want to try the werewolf build, but like, man, the grind is real. I'm not into it as much anymore as I used to be. Oh, his mouth is too big. That's one reason. This looks weird. He's got a tiny chin, too. That's why he looks like a gnome. Things I want to work on. Open mouths, because I just don't draw open mouths very often. Hair. That's it. Those are the only two things that I'm bad at, apparently. No, just hands, better poses. What's the thing on the left? The dude, it's supposed to be just a scruffy looking human. That's where we're at. Maybe my rugby wasn't enough of a warm up. Druid is drawing a man thing. Nice hand hiding, great posing. I don't think his hand's going to be in the back, but he might be. Quick question, Rook. Is there a manga or anime style that you draw inspiration from other media you like to play with? That's an interesting question. I really like Studio Trigger's art style, but I'm not good at it. So, yeah, I tend to gravitate towards their stuff, but then whenever I draw it, it feels out of place for me. So, Steve Sketches. I look at a lot of his art. His stuff's great. It's not anime or manga style, though. There's a handful of people I follow on Instagram that are really, really good. That, yeah. I know Demon Slayer was pretty influential on some of my work because I really started seeing, like, man, you can add a lot of patterns and texturing and color into these characters without basically changing the line work at all. So that was really cool. That kind of kicked my art up a little bit. And then, yeah, I think Loish is probably another person that I draw a lot of influence from. She does more traditional painting. Well, it's digital, but like she does digital painting, which I do a lot more line art. And then there's a handful of like just indie webtoons comics, I guess, that I really like their art style. Some of them are not YouTube appropriate, but most web comics aren't. I'd have to look up the names of some of those anyway, so.
I've really never emulated like a cartoon style or like a anime style. I always like I grew up with Sailor Moon, and like that was not made for me. I thought that that's what anime was for the longest time, and did not enjoy it.
Mr. Microspot. Oh, sorry, Drew. Go ahead. Finish up.
It wasn't until I watched my first Studio Ghibli film, which was Howl's Moving Castle, that I started to respect anime.
I lost my train of thought. Sorry. What was I saying? Oh, yes, Mr. Microspite. So if you're on the Discord, up at the top, you need to click on the welcome rules and roles, and then click the green checkbox, and then select which roles you would like to see. If you want to see everything, just click all of those. And then that should give you access to stuff. If that doesn't work, let me know, and we'll try to figure out what's going on.
It should work, though.
There have been a few cases where people have to like check the green box once or twice and then select their roles just because it's being weird. I don't know what's up with that. Cool beans, I agree. The Demon Slayer as well. Not safe for work can be inspiring from all times. There's just a lot of really good artists out there, and like unfortunately, not safe for work content is kind of where money is. so there's a lot of really good comics out there that kind of blend that direction.
Yeah. It's kind of weird how the not safe for work stuff like became so easily self-publishable.
Well, that's the thing, yeah, because like anyone posting their blog, like there's a bunch of really old school comics that started out as just web comics, like Nimona started out as a web comic, I think.
Yeah.
And so those are successful. Those are fine. There's another one. Man, I can't remember what it's called. Ava's Demon. That was a really, really good one. I really liked that one too. I don't know if that's ongoing. Probably is. I love that art style. Same thing with Nimona. It's kind of like a very sketchy, loose style. But I don't emulate it in my art very often. I do when I like just doodle, but then when I actually draw, I draw like this, and that's that. But like a lot of those comics, I only learned about because of word of mouth. my friends being like, "Oh, hey, I saw this. This is really cool. You should read it." And so it just doesn't get proposed to me very often through Instagram, but because of Instagram and stuff, you'll find a lot of artists, and the only way to find their content usually like leads you back to a kind of like, this is my Patreon, this is not safe for work. And it's like, oh, okay, like that's just how they're making their money.
Yeah.
Versus some of those old web comics, there were other ways to make money through advertising, and merchandise, and stuff. And Patreon, I think, changed the way people look at that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because now people can get their webcomics through Patreon, and they get funded that way. And just kind of how it is. He needs a musket. We're going to give him a musket. Put a musket on his back, I guess. That looks kind of silly. Looks like he's got a trumpet. Why ads are still on? Well, balls. Let me see if I can change that. If people would like to subscribe or throw money at me so the ads don't come on, that's fine. Turn that off. Hopefully that will go through. John, hello. How are you? Can't do webcomics. I've literally hold them in my hand, old-fashioned way. Yeah. Which is totally fine. I hope this guy's scruffy enough. I don't know how else to make him more scruffy. I don't want to, because he's got a musket, I kind of want to give him like a pirate shirt. I meant on the right, yeah.
Just a viney swamp monster.
Viney swamp monster. Yep.
Nothing that I can think of that is represented in actual D&D gameplay, unfortunately.
I saw the ad for Obojima this morning. That looks really cool. They have 500,000 already. Jeep. Is that a game or a comic? The art style is great. It's a setting. Oh, okay. .5e based on Ghibli and LOZ. LOZ. I should know what that is. Legend of Zelda?
I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I don't know.
Okay. Oh, that's funny. Albert just said it too.
There are too many acronyms in common parlance now, and a lot of them have overlap, so I've given up on trying to understand any of them, honestly.
Yeah. I don't know what else to do with this. Maybe I'll give him a goatee. No, I take back the goatee. I think I'm about good here on this one. I'm going to go and move on to the next one. You don't know your TLAs and you dog. Nope.
Nope. And I'm not gonna. You can explain them all to me all day long. I'll never remember them. I have a hard enough time with the language that I speak.
A musket is not a blunderbuss, I just now realized. Musket on a shield.
Correct.
Yeah.
Blunderbuss is basically a hand cannon.
Well, a blunderbuss can be a rifle too. Or are you just saying because it's packed with stuff? A musket is also a cannon. I don't know. That's a weird way to clarify things. I always think of muskets as you can shove anything down the barrel.
I mean, fair.
I just said musket again instead of
a blunderbuss?
Blunderbuss, yeah. Blunderbuss, you can just shove anything down the barrel. Pirate style. Do muskets have it's gotta have a sight on the front.
I don't know. I always...
My black powder knowledge is not good.
Depends on... Yeah, it super depends on the era, I think. I have like a mental image of like really early muskets that have like the flared muzzle.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that that's actually accurate, but blunderbusses usually have that.
Yeah. Blunderbuss is more of a shotgun. That would make sense. You can't type the keyboard numbers on the right of your keyboard. That's no good. Did you hit the numlock button? Did you spill soda on your keyboard? Because I've done that, and that breaks that real fast. I'm going to call that one there. Arquebus? Is that a type of gun? I guess, I mean, blunderbusses can't really be rifles. Rifles are rifled, which would be composed of a blunderbuss's ability to launch just about anything. Okay. Gotcha. A blunderbuss. All right. I'm going to roll more dice. Here we go. 21. A reborn Earth Genasi paladin who is physical manifestation of restless spirits, seeking revenge against Strahd. Okay. So a big walking tombstone? I like that idea. Would it be considered rude or bad etiquette to request mine again in the next community post, or is it fine because I was late this time?
If it doesn't get drawn, you're welcome to post it again.
Yeah. If you want to wait because you know there's 30 suggestions on this one, that's fine too. But or did yours just get drawn? Essentially every Monday we reset the list, so if you don't suggest it again on Monday, then it's not there. So.
Yeah, if we see a familiar one that we know we've drawn in the last couple of days, we don't usually draw it again, but sometimes we will if the other person gets it and like wants to take a crack at it. But
a wildfire druid kobold whose fire spirit looks like a small bird. That's a cool one. Baldur's Gate 3 comes out in like 2 days.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I should live stream that. It'd be fun. I don't know if people... I mean, these streams are only art, and I feel like whenever we do a game stream, like 2 people show up.
Yeah. I don't know. What does chat think if Rook streams him playing Baldur's Gate? Will any of you actually show up?
I should put that as the
the poll. Yeah, I mean maybe. Also, well, like when you misspell these the colors, sometimes it's very clear that you're being jokey with your misspellings, and sometimes I can't actually tell if you just like punched your keyboard.
That's the intent. An arquebus is a 15th century long gun that was sometimes used with a stand pole to support it. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about then. Those are just tiny cannons. Just realized you found my comment on the post. Yeah. Was that yours? Did that just happen to pop up that way? Because the dice god are fickle like that.
Yep.
Does the Baldur's game have Modrons? No, it doesn't. Can you draw a Modron? You can suggest one. I'll begrudgingly do it if I roll it.
Modrons have not been outlawed yet.
I mean, I found a better version of the Modron, which is the Kanrasu, but
yep, true.
If you're an Oread or an Earth Genasi and you're reborn, would you have like a stone skull? Because that would be awesome. I think that's what I'm going to draw. I love Modrons. You can't beat them. Kanrasu are weird. I think Modrons are weird. So I love Kanrasus.
I think Conrasu are less weird than Modrons.
The Albus led to the musket. The blunderbuss led to the shotgun. Okay. To each their own.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't actually care enough about like the super fiddly esoteric history of firearms to actually learn the distinctions.
As long as it go pew pew pew.
Yeah. Well, I tend to like things that go pew 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 much more quietly than guns.
I don't like the teeth. Changing my mind. Still want to try to get a little bit skeletal in here. Before the episode was the Gone, Gonne, which looked literal hand cannon. Okay. Look, the radical designs I went through before modern radicals. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do first, and I didn't like the way that it turned out. I was trying to make his head like a giant tombstone that had little fireflies around it. Oh, that was the other thing. I want to try to learn how to do better like lacing. Engraving and what the hell you want to call it?
Filigree?
Yeah, filigree. Have any Artificer players equipped their characters with a hybrid melee gun weapon, like a sword pistol or an axe musket? I think Corvus had a... What was that? The knife you poke you on the end of a gun.
Yeah. Bayonet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it be cool for D&D fighting game in a 2D art style? There's a couple. There's a couple that are out like that.
Yeah.
Card Hunters. Shoot, what's the other one? I just played it a little while ago. I actually hate the art style in the game I'm thinking of. Wildermyth. Wildermyth is an interesting game. I really don't like the art style. Fighting game though, like do you want like a when you say fighting game, I think of like a Mortal Kombat or something.
Yeah.
Imagine if you would a big wooden tree like semi-human. Nightmare fuel. Yeah, Kanaz are great. The idea that he's got some, like, who knows how long he's been dead since he revived. The idea that he's got some tree branches and stuff growing out of his head, roots.
All right, I'm ready for my first drawing.
Only 2d20.
2d20. Okay. Ooh.
PS2 had an AD&D fighting game that created like Street Fighter. I can't remember what it's called. I don't remember that.
18.
18. A buff human paladin with charred flesh wielding a golden mace in the shape of the sun. Red eyes that burn like golden armor.
Mace in the shape of a what? Say that again?
The sun.
Oh, okay.
So you have like a sun paladin that is burned. It says charred. Do with that what you will. Charred sun paladin.
Charred human sun paladin with a
Sun
sun-themed morning star.
Yep. He plays a beholder or a mind flayer. Yeah. So why not? I mean, like the beholder is going to be pretty tough on your DM, but it's doable. The mind flayer I've made a video for. Go check that out. I'm not digging this. Let's start over. I have a better idea. I think part of it is my orange. My orange is not. Orange is a hard color to draw with.
Yeah. To get it dark, you just end up with brown.
Yep. Oh, I mean in the video game. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there are any video games that have had a mind flayer as a player. It might be way too hard to see. Yeah, that's impossible to see. How would I make this guy's head look like a stone? I guess I could just texture it. Makes him look too skeletal. Give him a big old nose. Ooh, yeah, let's just make him sharper. That's what we should do. Literally like chiseled features. Literal chiseled features, I guess I should say. Some cracks here. Try adding Modron to your game that fixes everything. I don't understand the. Sell me on Modrons.
And how could they possibly fix everything?
What if minions were lawful stupid paladins? That's kind of how I feel like Modrons are. Demon angels, I think, are just screwed to evil or good. Are too screwed to evil or good. So I think the Asmar or Tieflings are a thing. Third edition allowed PC Modrons in Planescape. One of my favorite characters was a Modron. That's funny. I guess you could look at them as like the autognomes, closer to autognomes than anything else that I can think of. Autognomes of plain or good. Or plain or lawful, I guess. This head is all kinds of crooked. I don't know what I've done here. Skewed? Okay, could be skewed. That would make more sense. I'm trying to draw up a porcelain doll puppet sorcerer for my next campaign. Any ideas of what kind of sorcerer or even different classes if you can think of a better glass cannon concept? I get the pun. Yeah, that's pretty good. I've drawn a couple porcelain characters on here. Sonic is good. I think that would be fun. If you want to do I would go fire, honestly, if you're doing porcelain. Just because it's pottery, it's fired glass. I think that could be really fun. Earth or stone. Oh, I know what's going on. These ears are so high. Why did I do that? It all makes sense now. Like, why does this look so strange? Maybe one of these ears are chipped. The Evoker Wizard? Yeah, I think that might be the way to do it. It would be really fun to be able to specialize in, like, move earth and fire spells. The Kiln Wizard.
I mean, I've got a goblin artificer who's a kiln wizard. I studied ceramics. I had to build one at some time.
I don't think I've ever played an artist.
Really?
Partly because I think it would you'd just die. And every time I've tried to bring up forgery in the game, it's just like, it never goes the way you want. I'm a master forger. I rolled a 3. Like, well, I guess we all die then.
Yeah, I guess it didn't really work out very well for Jester most of the time either, did it?
Yeah. Honestly, I think there's a level of scrutiny that doesn't really exist in 5e. I mean, like, if you... Jesus. Jiminy Christmas. Hold on.
You know what? I'm gonna save that for a different layer, actually. Nope, it's too late. Never mind, one layer it is. Hey, Burning. Everything's okay, except I think Rook got a call, so it's probably fine. I'm doing good. I'm feeling like I'm painting better than usual today. Or at the very least, staying zoomed out better. Not getting lost in the details too soon. Hmm. Let's see, how am I going to indicate that this guy's burned? Yeah, I might just give indications of like burn scars instead of tattoos, and then have like the hand holding the mace be really dark so it looks like the hand is charred. I'm really happy with this drawing. I need to remember to spend a little bit more time in the sketch, like zoomed out and planning what I'm gonna do. It does always work out better if I do that. Guess it was an important phone call. Sorry guys, I'm not great at keeping track of chat and stuff when it's just me. Now you know the reason I don't stream by myself.
Sorry, everybody. Welcome back. That was long and involved. I had a phone call from my doctor that I had to take. I was not expecting, but I had to take. So, what do I miss here? So quiet. Let's see.
Not much.
Burning.
Me,
hello.
Yeah. I was silent most of the time, which I'm sure was great for your stream.
I should have written that I was going to be right back. I thought it was going to take a second, and then they started bombarding me with questions. Bernie's doing all right. So Clockwork Sorcerer sounds pretty good. I was really trying to go for a Haunted Doll. Yeah, I think we did the Clockwork Sorcerer on stream with a Porcelain Doll. Haunted Doll would be pretty cool. Yeah, you could do an interesting, like, Warforged or Poppet with a porcelain thing. That would be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Is there anything interesting related to the subject of the stream that you would like to discuss? I came in before hearing what was being drawn. What are we working on? Druid's working on a Sun Sorcerer? Or what is it?
Yeah.
It's Paladin.
Sun Barbarian, I thought.
Oh, I think it's a Paladin.
Is it a Paladin?
No, it's a Barbarian now.
Yep.
Now I'm working on a...
way more close than Barbarians.
It could be a Naked Paladin. And I'm doing an Orion that's essentially a tombstone. I'm going to draw some little, like, wispy guys out here. Ooh. Ooh. I always figured Archfey and just flavor to be a little darker for a hag. Oh, what did I miss? Didn't they add hag as a patron option? They did. Yeah, they did add the hag as a patron option. I think that came out with the Hex Blood when they made the Hex Blood. Or maybe it's a Pathfinder thing.
I feel like I remember it being in 5e as well.
Yeah. Paladin with a sun mace. Yeah, it was supposed to be. Just Paladin. Make his armor like glowing sun armor.
That's fine. I can change.
Speaking of the man, he appears. Welcome back. Yep. His faith is his armor. There you go. Reborn is from Ravenloft. Same as Hexblood. Naked Paladin. No hag patron in 5e. That's very strange. Hold on.
That is very strange. I could have sworn there was. There is for sure the hag patron in Pathfinder.
There is a hag bloodline.
Ah, okay.
Nope, it's homebrew.
Oh.
Weird. Whatever. You crack his lip here and give him some teeth poking through. Might make pho today.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Go buy it. Maybe I want to be lazy and buy it. I don't know.
Well, if you buy it, it will probably have way too much salt for you.
That is a good point. I should probably make it. Woo! Okay.
Why did that remind me of Danny Phantom and I am the box ghost?
I am the box ghost. Box ghost is pretty good.
Box ghost is very funny.
Pathfinder has all the good stuff. Oh, I can't disagree with you there. Alright, I think I'm going to call this one. Got a little distracted with the phone call. But we drew it twice. I think that's good enough. his pupils a little glowier. Let's do that. This looks more like an undead Goliath than anything else.
I mean, that's similar enough. I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah. Okay. Rolling dice. 8. Ooh, that's a weirdly low roll. A modern vampire street magician with beaded dreadlocks? A beaded dreadlock mohawk. Oh boy. Fur coat. Lots of dreadlocks.
Dreadlocks are fun to draw.
Purple. Pathfinder has witches, though. So that's true.
Yeah, Pathfinder is a little bit more fun to play with hags, in my opinion.
You added armor to that guy real fast.
Yes, I did. He's still going to have the one arm uncovered, I think, because I think that's where I want to put the charring and the burn scars.
Okay. Here we go. This guy's essentially Gambit, but with dreadlocks. And a fur coat instead of... I guess it's a fur-lined collar, which is kind of interesting. I don't know where that comes from. Aren't they making a Kraven the Hunter movie? Did that already come out? Also, why Kraven the Hunter?
Don't know. He was generally one of my least favorite Spider-Man villains.
He was pretty weird. Partially because you think he would be hunting the rhino all the time or something. Like,
yeah.
Why Spider-Man?
The spiders are way more dangerous than rhinos.
A little bit of inconsistency there. Forgot about witches. Good catch, Birdie. Warlocks, I still argue, are stupid. Hot take Wednesday. No, I really think the warlock is like something that they play tested and should have seen. Like, hey, the way that cantrips work are really cool. We should implement that for the whole game. And instead of like, yeah, we'll make a class around it. It's like, all right. So I feel like Pathfinder does a little bit better. Doesn't really need the warlock per se, but I think it also goes back to the psychic thing. Like, people like the cantrip casters. Like, I don't want to have to deal with spell slots. And it's like, okay, that's fine. But I really do feel like Warlock had a little bit too much oomph. Like the pact though, like I really do like the patron pact. Like, But I think that's a good way to get, paladins or clerics, or like that feels more of like a good storyline arc than, a mechanical thing.
Yeah, I agree. And like I was kind of confused about that being like a specifically warlock thing, because in first edition Pathfinder, like wizards could get access to magic through a pact.
Yeah, pact magic was really cool.
Yeah, it was not a thing relegated to one class. It was like, if you don't have a bloodline that can give you magic, this is one way you can get magic, and it doesn't matter what class it is, as long as it's a spellcasting class, pretty much.
They have rights to all the Spider-Man villains and want to snatch them up before they're put into the MCU. I guess that's fair.
But like, there are better options. Not saying Kraven the Hunter is particularly bad, but is also not particularly good.
I got sucked in by the evocations and the patron. Yeah. Okay, I know we'd listened to this song before. I'm gonna switch the playlist up. My pen is too large. Finally caught up on Demon Slayer last night. It's a good series. It's a little bit too much recap, but it's not as egregious as like Bleach, for sure. But it's definitely got that style. No exposition, just story, please. I kind of think that the Warlock is weird holdover from 3.5 and 4e being brought into 5e. Maybe, yeah, I could definitely see that. Like, because it's real close to, I think, what people want from the psychics as well, which is the same thing, 4e. It's like, how do we incorporate that while keeping with the mechanics we already have? So yeah, and I've said that before too. If you want to play a psychic, just play a warlock.
Yeah,
play a warlock and flavor it that way.
The psychic sorcerer subclass is not bad.
I get upset about it because of, one, the elitism that people have with it. Sure. Which not everybody has. Like, you can definitely want to play a psychic and not be an elitist piece of shit. But but that's part of it. And then the other part of it is the min-maxers. Like, those are the two things that I see that make me get really hesitant to even like allow psychic communicate, like talking. Like, let me say it differently. I don't like to, like, yeah, let's talk about psychics as a playable race or playable class or whatever, because usually those two things are polluting the pool. Because if you're not trying to break the game and you're not just having a chip on your shoulder, you usually don't have a problem with being a warlock and just saying everything you're doing is telekinetic, or swapping out the spells so that they're telekinetic. And so it's really easy to have those conversations if that's like, oh yeah, that's a good option. Cool, I'm going to do that. Versus the people that, like I said, have a chip on their shoulder. They're just like, it's not the thing I want. It's like, it's kind of is. Like, so I think some people just like to be mad.
As somebody who does like to be mad and complain constantly, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not one of the things I would like to be mad about, though. So, anyway, fair. I think I agree with you.
Inosuke is my favorite for the show. I wish he was. Inosuke is great. The doctors say I'm immortal. No, I said your body doesn't absorb poison like everybody else's. You also don't absorb medicine. It's like, oh, hey, neat. I like it when shows try to keep things consistent within their own narrative.
Yeah, same. I usually stop caring about a show when they give up on that. I think that's why I have such a big problem with a lot of shonen.
Yeah.
Is because they like, it's pretty much inevitable that they either have to surrender to power creep or give up on their own internal logic.
Yep, I agree with that.
Or rewrite it completely, which I find equally frustrating.
I feel bad for people who want to play a caster and pick warlock, thinking they'll be as a par in spell casting as a more traditional spell slinger. Yeah, I think that is the thing people don't look at as well. Is they're like, I want all these cool cantrips, and their cantrips are really powerful, but like they're not going to be as powerful as spell slotted spells because they require resources, you know.
Yep.
And people just want the best of both worlds, and it's like that's not how games work. Like that's like, I would like to have a sword, but I also want it to shoot fireballs and only hurt enemies and also heal me. It's like, get out. I only want to play modded Grand Theft Auto, please.
I do find it interesting, that kind of idea of I want to be able to do everything all by myself. It's like, it feels to me very, very much like people who want that tend to feel to me like they want to play one player D&D.
Yeah. There is I was watching who was it? Shoot. Indestructible. Indestructible was playing a one-player D&D campaign, which I thought was really interesting. Where it's essentially just a RPG analog video game, which is kind of cool. Like you roll the dice and it tells you what happens in that space, and then you go from there. That was kind of neat. I like that concept, but yeah,
I don't think it's necessarily bad, but it like it can become bad real quick if you're playing with a table full of other people.
Yeah, look at all the smiley faces. I still don't fully understand what's happening with the emote thing, but I don't know how to not put emotes into the chat. I don't know how they're flying around all over the place. This one got really sketchy on me. I guess I'm working on the body too, which I'm trying to do portraits this week. I guess I said I would do push-ups for tips this week, and I've kind of forgotten about that.
You did. Have you had any tips so far today?
I haven't, which is why I haven't thought about it. I'm wondering if I should even do that. I feel like every time I try to get healthy, I hurt myself somehow.
You just got to do fewer push-ups or do them slower.
Yeah. Can I add one cowboy artificer fire genasi with fire hair shaped like a cowboy hat? I guess so. That won't look like hair, though. It's going to look like a cowboy hat.
Yeah. A burning cowboy hat. Which is very funny to me, but I don't want to draw that.
It's not going to work as a cowboy hat. Did you see the weird like TikTok trend that was going around when people were like freaked out because a lit match doesn't cast shadows? Like the flame doesn't cast shadows.
I did not see any of that. I saw the aftermath of that with I think I saw Hank Green like debunking that.
Funny. TikTok is interesting because you get to see a bunch of really dumb people in real time learning stuff.
Yeah.
This
doesn't make any sense. How does it do that?
How does it know what's on the other side of this piece of paper? It's like, oh my god. It's not a computer screen. Mirrors are not cameras. I'm late and I forgot this week. No problem. Yeah, it's on the list. Why would it cast shadow? It's fire. It produces. Oh man. Yeah, it's funny. It is funny. There are it's more that it's fire works more like a gas than anything else. But it's certain types of flames, the liquid that's being the gases that are being do cause shadows. Like if you look at really large it doesn't matter. You can see some shadows of flames.
Yeah. I watched a YouTube channel where they made a candle flame cast a shadow using a sodium light source.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. So it literally specifically depends on the wavelengths of light that you are using to cast the shadow, and sometimes the intensity of the light of the source that you're trying to make cast a shadow.
The flame produced by a match is not massive enough to obscure light. But yeah, your instant response is like, oh, it's a light bulb, but like, whatever. Light bulbs have shadows. Sometimes. But not from themselves. 5e control flame spell lets you and other buddies play Mortal Kombat in the fire. Like Hadoukening at each other? Because that's Street Fighter. That's getting into the subject of what fire is. Yeah, fire's cool. Because it's technically... Is fire a plasma? I can't remember if they switched it. I think it's still currently a plasma.
Last I heard, fire is actually a solid, but it's also not a solid, and it doesn't actually matter because what fire actually is the release of energy as any matter changes. Well, not any matter, as matter changes state from one.
Fire is a byproduct, not a stable thing.
Yeah.
People want their characters to be good at everything and may not start as such, but it'll evolve into a Mary Sue character that has to be the main character. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going
at. That's the argument. That's why it's bad. Mary Sue is not fun to play with.
You make images in fire and control them with control flames. Oh, you want to actually play Mortal Kombat with fire? I guess. I feel like it would be easier just to cast a illusory spell, but
yeah,
it feels like illusion, but with more steps. Okay, I think I'm done with this guy. More dice. I'm gonna try to buzz through a couple of these real quick. 12. Hadazee? A Hadazee Path of the Warrior Totem Barbarian. The monkeys, right?
I'm not sure.
Looks like similar to a gorilla with super strength. Resists all but one damage type? Flying and glide is scary. Wait, is it the flying monkeys? Why are they superpowered and have resisted all types of damage?
Because they're from the Wizard of Oz? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Let's take a look.
The Wizard of Oz monkeys were very fragile. If I remember
Bonus
correctly.
Feet, walk speed, they can glide. Or are these the ones with the weird, creepy arm flaps? They have Hadrazee resilience. Magic that runs in their veins heightens their natural defenses. When you take damage, you can react to roll d6, add your proficiency bonus to the rolls, and reduce the damage taken to a normal amount. It is. It's the weird, creepy monkey arm flap thing. They're so gross. It doesn't make sense. How do you put pants on? There's just nothing right about the way these are drawn.
You're born with pants the way Mr. Mime is.
I try to make my characters have flaws. I may not make them as such, but how to play them probably to make the character more real. Pants are overrated anyway. I forgot what this was supposed to be already. Path of the Totem Warrior. Barbarian. A gorilla. Is their totem a gorilla? Is they a gorilla totem? Okay. A gorilla with wings, I think, is what is trying to be made here.
And by wings, you mean weird skin flaps that are divided around, not connected to the torso, just to the thigh.
No, they all spawn from the back and they go to the wrists and the ankles.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like, that's not how gliding works. That's not how anything works. Nothing about them makes sense to me.
That's wild.
Yep. I'm gonna draw it. Oh, I'm gonna draw it.
Better than you than me. I would be trying to make it make sense. I'm not sure I would be able to.
Like, do sugar gliders exist?
Yeah.
But I don't think there's any primates with wings, are there? There's no glider monkeys.
Not really. I think spider monkeys will, they have really long limbs and they'll jump long distances, but I don't think there are any with a membrane that allows them to glide. Unless they're very, very small primates. I could be wrong. I feel like there might be a really small primate that might have that adaptation.
We need confirmation. Somebody look up flying monkeys. I don't understand why they didn't just make them flying monkeys. Like, lean into it. Just be flying monkeys. It's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's a flying lemur.
Okay.
And oh, damn, is it gross?
The Colugo? Like mammal.
Yeah, Colugo.
They are the closest evolutionary relatives are primates. Okay. Not primates, but close. The ink tank's take on Ultimate Spider Monkey from Ben 10 is so cool. The down is the gorilla's head. I don't know what the Ink Tanks is. Is that a YouTube channel? Yeah, the Ink Tank is a collaborative YouTube channel. Oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll check them out. Probably forget. But now that we've talked about it, it'll probably just show up on my feed.
Yeah. Big Brother Google's good at listening in like that.
Just draw the tiny monkey hand. And then give it big old flappy skin flaps.
That was not a pleasant sentence to hear.
It's not a fun picture either. There we go. Done. Just wobbly arms. It's like somebody sat down and they were like, what if you could fly with your like old lady underarm flaps? Let's make that a character. Like, okay, yeah, let's do that. I really feel like someone just pitched that as a joke and then it got turned into a character. Like, oh, what have we done? And I'm sure the artist that drew it the first time was like, so they just have like things down their arms? How do they put their pants on? They're like, well, just put a hole in there so their pants will fit. It's just like, that's not, no.
And then just shrugged, said, whatever, you're paying me, I guess.
Yeah.
You did it anyway.
Just one of those concessions things. Because there is something that I think the way the art is drawn, it looks like the wings are like wrapped around their wrists. Which is like, okay, that makes way more sense if it's something that they're doing. But that also means that they just have like giant skin flaps hanging off their butts. So they're just like flying around on their butt flaps, which I don't like. Makes me think of the Terry Folds song from Rick and Morty, which I'm also not super happy exists. Always listening, always ready to offer suggestions, yeah. Monkey. Monkeys is fun. I watched a thing about whales yesterday. They were saying that after the in the 70s when they started banning whaling, 60s or 70s, that only like less than 1% of the population of whales existed from before that. It's like, that is just bonkers to me. And then I was thinking about it and I was like, can you imagine there being 100 times more whales in the ocean? Like, I've seen whales a few times in my life, but if there were all of a sudden 100 whales every time I saw that, it would be like, oh, damn. But it's the same thing with fish, I guess. Like, there used to be a shit ton more fish in the ocean, so.
Yeah.
I could definitely see how old boats used to just not exist, you know?
Yeah.
What happened? Oh, well, we ran into a whale. My bad.
Turns out the ocean used to be sea monsters all the way down.
Yep. Bring back the sea monsters. It would create jobs. Then people would have to defend their boats.
I promise megalodons do still exist. It doesn't matter that the oceans basically collapsed as an ecosystem and couldn't sustain a predator that size.
I'm not looking forward to giant bugs. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, me neither.
Then again, giant beetle cows. Who doesn't want to raise giant chitin farms?
I'd rather raise capybara.
Why? For food? Are they delicious?
I don't know. They're rodents, so they breed lots. They're super chill. They're
You can trick them. You can trick them into wearing lemons on their heads and then put them in a cooking pot, and they just chill.
Yep.
Maybe that is. Maybe they are good. Capybara are pretty cute.
I just know that they would be really chill cattle.
Oh God! I just found the picture of the beluga you sent. Megs are under the heat shield layer. Capybaras are gross. They like to sit in their own poop water. Oh, okay.
So do beavers, but we hunted them to extinction for food and fur. So, what's your point?
Just because it's cute doesn't mean it doesn't shit on itself.
Rabbits are coprivores. They eat their own shit at least once.
I think I've decided. I'm taking a stance. I think I hate rabbits. I don't actually hate rabbits. Every now and again, I'll see a rabbit in my yard eating dandelions and just kind of stare at it like, I don't know what to do with you. Am I okay with this? I want to be mad and shoo you out of my yard, but I also don't really care. Farming them would pack them together and mean even more concentrated poop water. Yeah. Got a lot of beavers around here, so not extinct. Nice. I would love to be able to like just open a huge reserve for beavers and buffaloes. That would be pretty neat. Remake some wetlands.
Yeah.
I gotta figure out a way that would let rich people hunt beavers in an interesting fashion so that they would pay for it. That's the trick. The trick to do anything in this world is just make rich people pay for it.
Yeah.
Which I'm telling you, alpaca farm, but you get to hunt them from a helicopter with like a sleeping dart. It's like, yep, go out there. We'll fly you out there. You go, poof, and then we shear them and make you a sweater. It's highly sustainable. Plus, there's a helicopter involved. I think people would pay for that. That's my idea. Don't steal my idea. Hunting your own sweaters. Beavers are having a hard time in Yellowstone before they reintroduced wolves. Interesting. Beavers in the Mon National Forest are just taking over, but it's fun to take over the dam. But it's fun to take out a dam. Interesting. I wanted these to be feathers, but they look like teeth. I don't know what I've done.
They do look like teeth.
As long as the animal is killed humanely and managed sensibly, I have no problem with hunting them. Yeah, there's a lot of like my grandfather used to be pissed off when they were reintroducing wolves to Idaho, because the big problem was that the fish and game people were trying to reintroduce them, and they're like, okay, you can't hunt these wolves, and then the wolves would just start killing all their cattle, and it became less of an issue because then the government was like, okay, well, fine, we'll pay for the cattle that the wolves eat. And it's like, oh, okay, that's fine. And then my grandfather didn't care anymore. like there's ethical ways to do that kind of stuff without pissing everybody off, but at the same time, it can't just be if we want to be able to sustainably farm things, we have to take that into account when you're trying to reinstate and rebuild things, because otherwise the farmers are going to be pissed off and they're just going to kill stuff. Like they're going to protect their livelihood over whatever laws you're thinking of. So that was a big thing for a long time about whether or not to have wolves back in Idaho, which I think it's much healthier to have them. So I'm glad.
Agreed.
I'm glad they're back, but yeah, it's a thing. Yeah, wildlife management is not as simple as one thing or the other. You have to really
it's ecologies are whole, huge, interdependent systems of creatures.
Where the farmers were paid well, that stage I would start feeding the wolves the cattle. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Because it's another thing of like, you don't want the wolves to just have free range of the cattle. So like you have to keep them away from the farmers, and the farmers have to have a way to mitigate interactions with them.
Yeah.
But you also can't just deny that, like, oh nope, it's just they're never gonna eat that. It's like, no, they're gonna find a way. But so you have to have a deterrent, but you also have to have a contingency plan for when things still go south.
And I have a feeling that they learned from corn subsidies to be careful about what price they gave the farmers.
Yeah, I think corn subsidies are still a problem. I don't know if
they
they've learned anything.
They super are, and they're not gonna go away anytime soon.
Probably not.
Yeah. So
are from the barbarian subclass. Ah, okay, that makes more sense.
I have a strong feeling that the price that the farmers can get for their beef, if they can take it to market, is probably
much better. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Probably reliably better. Either that, or the government's smart enough to say we will match the end price, match the market price, so that the farmers have to basically bring some cattle to market anyway.
And again, it was partially the farmer's fault that they were gone to begin with, so who knows?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I remember being.
Which also means that the deer problem was partially their fault.
Well, yeah, a lot of the wolves going away was, one, people killing the wolves, and two, people overhunting the elk and deer.
Yeah.
And so they're trying to find the balance of that was really hard. And now there's a lot of weird shit going on with, I think, Montana and Texas about hunting, but I don't know enough about it that I really want to talk about it. I don't remember how we even got on this topic, to be totally honest.
Neither do I.
Reintroducing wolves. Oh, because I hate rabbits.
Oh, right.
It's not as simple as people. It's just me having a reserve for beavers doesn't really change a lot. But I think that's where it came from. Like, you said something about the wolves. Wolves being there makes the beavers better. Yeah, ecosystems are cool. I wish we could find a way to balance them out without destroying shit. I love lumber. I would love to have a sustainable log farm. That would be fun. Come buy my bespoke logs. Okay, I think I'm about done with this bad boy. He's got his creepy arm flap. Big gorilla boy. His feathered shoulder pads. Nature is like a machine with lots of moving parts. Can't change one thing without it. Like, yep.
I did something stupid and made this mace a light bulb. Now I have to highlight.
I had a beaver in my driveway once, and it was bigger and rounder than my dog. He was like 7 years old at the time. Yeah, they're huge rats.
Beavers get really big.
Imagine the big bad evil things that are safe in the sky till the gorilla starts flying at them, throwing huge boulders. Why? How would... Mikumi? Just because you're really strong doesn't mean you can pick up boulders and fly with them.
Yeah. The things that can fly mostly are not also evolved with enough strength or wing size to carry whatever the fuck else they want. Right?
There's a good example of
a bald eagle can pick up a salmon. It can't pick up much bigger than that.
I was looking at that with the flying video, like how to do flying videos. Dropping a huge Randy Savage elbow. I think your best bet is to pick up one of the light players and drop them, and then they die. But like, there's a whole lot of things you got to fiddle with out with that.
Yeah, guarantee this monkey man cannot pick up a boulder and fly with it.
I think they can only glide, though. I don't think they actually have a fly speed.
Yeah. Then definitely cannot carry a boulder.
We have to accept that species go extinct when climate changes. That's true. There is definitely a correlation between like us as a species causing things to go extinct, though. And I think the real problem with that is that we don't know the ramifications right away of doing that.
Yeah.
A good example of that is there's like studies being done to try to reduce mosquito populations because malaria is a huge killer of people. So they're like, oh, let's just get rid of all mosquitoes. That's just what they did in I want to say like the 20s and 30s. To just blanket killed all mosquitoes. And that really fucked up the environment and started crashing a lot of systems. Because mosquitoes are important. So now we're trying to like go through and find like which mosquitoes are causing malaria. Can we specifically target those, change the habits that those mosquitoes have to keep them away from people, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's always way more complicated than it is. Tyrannosaurus, yeah.
Also, gotta love that malaria is back in Florida for the first time in almost 100 years.
Like the biggest thing about a lot of the things will change, and like there's some things that you can't save, but like there's a lot of things that we can do because we are causing parts of it, and so it's not as simple as just like right now. I think the big push is for switching everything to electric cars. It's like that's a good idea, and now we have to find a way to do that because we're going to start having problems with generating electricity, and how are we going to store and build that, and what infrastructure do we need for that, and how is that going to affect the environment as well. So it's never simple as just one thing or another. It's always a process, and people get really emotional and pissed off about it. So it's like emotional reactionary efforts usually backfire. Exactly, yeah. Like it has to be a planned thing, and unfortunately, we're getting to a point where we're really close to it. Like we have to start doing some drastic things, and people don't like drastic change. Okay, I'm done with this bad boy.
I think I'm done with this as well.
21. White Dragonborn Brawler arm wraps are very scarred. Oh, arm wraps and very scarred. Okay. What do white dragons look like? I don't want to type that in my Google search. Oh yeah, this is like the classic. There's a picture. Whenever somebody wants to commission a Dragonborn, they always send me the same picture because it's awesome. Purple.
All right, I'm ready for a new one as well. I roll 22.
22. Demon with a bit of an ant-like face, no eyes, 2 big mandibles, 3 horns sticking out of one side of its head, sticking up on the side of its head. Class is a wizard that practices necromancy, red skin, white horns made of bone. Is it a bone devil? It might be a bone devil.
Or an ice demon?
Could be an ice demon. Ice devil necromancy, wizard necromancer. Without eyeballs. Barbarian doesn't need to worry about fall damage because it can glide and not take damage. Okay. While raging, you have a flying speed equal eagle. While raging, you have a fly speed equal to your current walking speed. The benefit works only in short bursts. Well, if you end your turn in the air and nothing else is holding you aloft. Got it. So you do the eagle totem to launch yourself into the sky and then glide down. So now if you pick up a boulder, your move speed, walking speed has been reduced massively. So you're still only jumping up like maybe 10 feet. 15 feet. No one wants to redo the power grid. So until then, EVs, no, I'm going to go back over. Exactly, yeah, that's the big problem. Death from above, barbarian monk. Yeah, the Harengon, like, they have that big jump move, right? So you could definitely find a way to swing that in there somewhere. Swarm Ranger with big rocks multi-classed with Gravity Wizard would be your over-the-shoulder boulder thrower. That's pretty funny. Awaken Rooster Champion Fighter. I forgot what I was doing already. White Dragonborn. Purple, right? Yeah, purple.
Okay, so Ice Devil, Necromancer, Big Mandibles, 3 horns out of one side of the head.
Yep, that sounds about right.
That was a lot, and I didn't write it down.
That's fair. Ugh, this is a horrible shape. Hold on. Let's try that again. If a boulder weighs less than 720 pounds, you can carry it easily.
Not through the air. Not unless you are like my brother and you can calculate how much surface area you need your wings to have in order to carry that much weight. And what speed you have to be going in order to carry that much weight.
Don't forget that your breath weapon is a cone. If you can get over the enemies, you can maximize your area of cone space. Yeah, just doing like an area effect straight down. Is chicken poo a thing that I don't know what it is? Is it a poem?
Mm. Most references are over my head, so don't ask me.
Agumi, I'm assuming it's because you're talking about carrying capacity, and your carrying capacity is like 1,400 pounds or something. Animatics, oh. Animaniacs, gotcha. The subclasses need more official art to see how they look. You can see that. I've already forgotten what class this is supposed to be. Monk. I remembered. That could be a fun YouTube short thing I do. Do subclass sketching. Is that something people would be interested in and maybe watch 10, 30 times? What would the vocalization be though? Vocalization? What would the words? So many things I want to do for YouTube. The descriptions are so vague because it doesn't say you grow wings to use your totem. Just minor changes like a different eye color for eagle at the beginning of the description. Huh. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't give you a fly speed, right? It just lets you move. I assume the idea is that you can like dash into the sky, but it also says you shouldn't end your turn there unless you can float. So, which I would argue you could. You would just fall. You would fall however far you're flying. Bri, hello. How are you today? Hope you're doing well.
I honestly think that mechanically that would work much easier in 2nd edition Pathfinder than in 5e.
Yeah.
Because 2nd edition actually has rules for that sort of thing.
I'm a big fan. Like, there's a lot of stuff like the jumping and the way jumping works is a little weird. But there's a difference between jumping and falling. Like, those are all kinds of things you can look at. Because, like, a lot of times, if you end your turn somewhere, you fall. Like, you immediately fall. And so there's a lot of debate about whether or not if you jump into the air, why not end your turn really high and then just fall the distance that you would fall. And it's I think it's just a little finicky with how the game works. Because a lot of times the rules are there to stipulate ease of use, not physics, which is what you were saying. Like, you have to equate your wing. It's like, no, they don't want you to do that. They want you to just follow the rules. And then that's why things like I can jump with a 700-pound boulder come into play, because they're like, just don't worry about it. Just do whatever. And then people find those and exploit those simplifications. You've never watched Animaniacs? I have watched Animaniacs, yeah, back in the day. I haven't seen any of the new ones. I think they redid like new season, 2 seasons or something. Oh, sketch class by you. That could be fun. We definitely have to figure out how to do that. Take time and cost money, but that is an option I've been thinking about.
I'd like to help out with that. Even if I don't get paid for it. I love teaching art.
I think you should just host a class.
Probably.
Too many cooks in the kitchen is what I would say to that.
Fair.
It's really hard to teach a class with 2 people teaching. But I would support you doing that. That would be fun. I think this is coming along. I feel like I've turned them into a Muppet somehow. Dragonborn. I was wondering, because... Okay, hold on a second. Since awaken must target a living animal or plant, could you awaken a swarm? 5e consists of swarms being a single creature. I would argue no. That is an interesting. You could, but I think as soon as the swarm dispersed, the creature would be dead. Like they have to work together as a swarm, not as like you're awakening 1,000 beetles. Does that make sense? So Gloomhaven, Frosthaven, there's a race called the Harrowers? Ascension insect swarms. Yeah. I think it would just, I would put the stipulation that the swarm itself is what maintains the intelligence, not the individual bugs, just to prevent shenanigans. One advantage to having you end your turn suspended would be that it would give the rest of the party a chance to save you if you say you were knocked over the edge of a cliff. Yeah, and that's the problem with it, is like, if you walk off a cliff, do you fall that 6 seconds? Do you fall at the top of the round? Do you fall at the end of your turn? Like those are the issues that they try to mitigate by just saying you immediately fall. Because there's a lot of shenanigans you can do with that, right? Like I step off and then the next person jumps off my shoulders up 30 feet. And then the next person ties a rope to me, and then that. And it's like you just create like an infinite chain of people because the timing isn't happening instantaneously. It's like the rail cannon, right? Like the peasant rail cannon. It only works because you're exploiting the
game mechanic.
Like the way fundamentally the way the game works. In reality, like nothing works like that. That's not how anything works. So. Okay, I think this horn looks cool, but I think it would obviously be like right here. I'm going to change that a little bit. I'm going to try that out. Can you awaken a coral? Technically it's a swarm, but it's a single creature. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that makes sense. You guys are making good points.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen any Plague of Gripes content? He does those lovely segments where he just talks about nothing in particular while sped up video of art piece placed in the background. That's what I do. No, I haven't seen Plague of Gripes. Let's look that up. You also fall if you are in the sky with the edge totem unless you grab something. And it doesn't say anything about growing wings like any of the subclasses, but instead they just say you fly, then fall. Yeah, so there's a difference between having a fly speed and flying somewhere. And so what I would say with that is essentially you can move through the air in any direction so long as you're following the flying rules for that turn, but you don't gain wings, right? So I think that makes sense. Swarm must maintain cohesion, otherwise losing part of the swarm would be like a humanoid losing a limb. Yeah, and that's kind of the weird thing about swarms, right? Like a swarm is a swarm until it's not. And I know that sounds really stupid, but the way I've always looked at it is a swarm is essentially 100 bugs, and as you're attacking the swarm, you're dispersing them. When they reach 100 or when they reach 0 hit points, that doesn't necessarily mean that you've killed every one of those 100 bugs. It means you have dispersed the cohesion of the swarm enough that it disperses. Like they can't maintain. So there might still be bugs and rats or whatever it is all over the place. You're not necessarily trying to kill every member of that swarm. You're just breaking it up. Druid could be your teaching assistant or vice versa. Yeah, I mean that's fine. We've done that in the past, but
yeah.
Like if I was teaching an art class, I would very much do it as a sit down thing versus just like a video. If we're just doing a video, that's fine. Depending on animal swarms, be like reskin plasmoids. Yeah, you can do it that way. Two things that really, really kind of break up teaching in my mind are like conflicting information or too much information.
Yeah.
And so teaching assistants are great once you've, like, I teach a class, I do a thing, and then people can, like, teaching assistants now can help reiterate that stuff, right? But, like, if Druid and I have two different styles...
which we do.
Which we do, yeah. Like, it's great for the Ars Arcana because it's like, hey, here, we're going to talk about two different styles. Great. And then it's done. But if it's a one-on-one trying to teach people things, not even one-on-one, but just, like, you know, if we actively wanted to try to teach somebody how to do something, it would be much easier if it was just one.
True.
I think Druid would do a good job with that. But
And I think Rook would do an excellent job with that because he has a lot of experience and knows a lot more different styles.
it's just a matter of what people want out of it. Especially if it was like, if I was trying to teach something and then someone's like, oh, how do you do this? I either have to interrupt Druid or I'd have to be taking up time where Druid could be talking to other people as well.
Yeah.
2 different classes.
Which is not a bad thing.
Yep. And if people are interested in that, let me know and I will find a way to make that happen, whether through Patreon or we can set up a thing and then we can charge people stuff. And then maybe Druid can have his own classes and Druid can make money.
Maybe.
But I wouldn't mind
Maybe
setting that
Druid
up.
will finally start his own YouTube channels that he's been planning for 4 years now.
Always a possibility. Maybe I'll start making a game. I think you could do an insect swarm druid dressed in rags wielding a sickle. Like, is that what you want me to put on the list? I could do that. Insect swarm druid, not a swarm druid.
A druid that is a swarm of insects.
Yeah. There's no rules about how much you could carry, just about always you fall if you spend if your speed of 0 or knocked prone. No limit to how much you can carry. That is your own fault. I think you can click a button to make you track weight. There's a thing for that.
And there's a big difference between there's no rules for this, so I can do it, and there's no rules for this, so we need to figure out how to make it work.
Your carrying capacity is your strength score multiplied by 15. Weight in pounds.
And my argument would be that is going to describe the weight you can carry on the ground, not the weight you can carry in the sky.
You can push, drag, or lift a weight in pounds up to twice your carrying capacity, or 30 times your strength score. While pushing or dragging weight in excess of your carrying capacity, your speed drops to 5 feet. Larger creatures can be more weight, therefore tiny creatures can carry less. Each size category above medium doubles the creature's carrying capacity and the amount of push, drag, and lift. For tiny creatures, it halves this. If you carry weight in excess to 5 times... What is this for? Is this not the right thing? This is 5e. Okay. If your carrying weight is excess of 5 times your strength score, you are encumbered, which means your speed drops by 10 feet. If your carrying capacity weight exceeds 10 times your strength score, your maximum weight capacity, up to your maximum weight capacity, you are heavily encumbered and your speed drops by 20 feet. And you have disadvantage on ability checks, attack rolls, saving throws, strength, dexterity, and constitution rolls. Yeah, so if you want to carry a boulder and you had a strength of... I mean, one, if you can pick up a boulder that big, just hit them with it. Just plonk them with it, right? Because theoretically, the other part of the equation that you're not looking at is how much damage does the boulder do? How much damage does the boulder do based on height? Like, so that's all things you have to talk about with your DM. The way I usually do it is if something is of enough mass to take fall damage, like a person, you can impart that fall damage on the thing you hit. So, but you're not gaining any more because of the thing being bigger. So, you're essentially just doing the fall damage, and at that point, you could just throw something half the weight, or a rock or something. Carry something that weighs 100 pounds, drop it on them. I had a DM write down for us the actions when he would assemble our collective actions as a narrative first at the end of the round to cut down on shenanigans we had to coordinate. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I'll do that when I'm like running a cart or a boat or something. It's like, okay, at the top of the round, this is going to happen. So wherever you guys are at that point, that's when time is going to shift. I set it so people know, which can cause shenanigans, but yeah. How much extra damage should you take if you're holding a boulder? I might just give you a reflex save, or be like take its fall damage too. How much does the comet spell do? So at the end of the day, that would be like the dropping a boulder on somebody, but at the speed of sound. I guess it also does burning damage, but that would be above terminal velocity for a boulder, would be my argument. Just take bludgeoning damage of the spell, not fire damage. It's kind of what I'm thinking, but like once again, that would be the most damage that like I could never see a barbarian throwing a comet's worth of damage. Does that make sense? So like that would be the maximum upper limit of you casting a level 7 spell in addition to throwing the boulder, right? Like you have to make those equate, because otherwise it's effectively, if it's something you can do every turn just by using your muscles, it's cantripped. You jumping into the air and well, hold on. So the eagle thing, how often can you use the eagle thing? Is that every turn as long as you're raging? Now I want to figure this out. What's the damage of throwing a boulder?
What's the stone giant's rock throw ability?
Ooh, yeah. That's a great litmus test. Let's look. Into Beyond. A ranged weapon of +9 to hit, range 60, 20, 40. 4d10 plus 6 bludgeoning damage. If the target is a creature, it must make a saving throw or be knocked prone. Okay. So 4d10 plus 6. So we're looking at...
And that +6
is their strength. Yeah, it's straight up strength. These things are... What level are these guys? These are level 10 creatures. I mean, that's pretty boulderish.
Yeah.
But it is a stone giant.
You know, in 5e, just for simplicity's sake, I think that's what I'd say. I'd say you, first of all, you have to find a boulder. You're not always going to have access to it, but if you find a boulder, you can throw it.
Not nearly as strong as being able to drop a comet on someone. Rokar isn't as far from being able to jump and slam the ground every turn. That's true. And I think there is, once again, a difference between a giant throwing a boulder and just dropping a boulder. Like, I think those are different things. So I would say if you're just dropping the boulder, they get a reflex to dodge it, and then it takes bludgeoning damage, like just the fall damage, right?
Yeah.
Maybe even do it at D10. That could be interesting, just if it's a big enough boulder. That's up to your DM. But if you are able to actually throw the rock, then you're imparting your own physical strength to it, and that would be different as well. Yeah, and then the boulder might break. Yep, and I mean, the boulder's going to take the same amount of damage.
Yep. It's not hard to calculate. Yep. So, at least, let's see, 3.5 in Pathfinder rules. Stone has a hardness of, is it 10 or 15?
I think it's 10. I think metal is 15.
Metal is, yeah. So it naturally resists 10 points of the damage, and based on, I guess, its size, probably.
Yeah.
You can figure out its how much HP it has, and if it surpasses that, then it breaks.
Skip cats whining for food.
Is it time?
Nope, it's not time. It is not time.
I mean, it is almost 2 o'clock.
Yeah. I guess I would go as far as, like, if you were a large-sized creature and you just want to, like, atomic bomb somebody or whatever the hell it's called in wrestling. You jump off the... What's the thing where you stand on the pole and then you do a backflip onto somebody?
I have no idea. I never enjoyed wrestling. It was way too over the top for me.
If you're a skateboarder and you jump in, that's an acid drop, so I don't think that's right. Could be an atomic... Maybe it was an atomic elbow. Someone might have done that. Is that what the people's elbow was? What was the people's elbow? Is that when he just, like... The Rock just elbow dropped somebody? Moon assault? I don't think boulders can fit into a bag of holding. Nope.
Nope.
I enjoy the idea of wrestling. I agree. God, I went to a birthday party over the weekend, and they had, some of their friends had, like, oh, we gotta watch the UFC fight. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess. So I sat down to watch that, and it's like, it's not fun watching people just beat the hell out of each other.
Yeah.
It's like, ooh. Some of it was really interesting. Like, I totally get the sportsmanship of it. Like, there's a little bit of like, oh, that was amazing. How did they do that? But at the same time, there's a lot of just people walking around bleeding, struggling to not get choked out. It's like, I don't enjoy this. Don't enjoy this. Not my thing. One guy just got kicked in the face and was out and was done. It was like, holy shit. I think 2 guys did, actually. That was bonkers. The people's elbow was just following elbow drop. Okay. With theatrics. Got it. Needs more scars. It's almost 2 o'clock. I'll probably do at least one more here.
Pulling a rook, I'm drawing a skull.
I'm drawing skulls.
I don't know how else to indicate necromancer.
Yep.
Put a skull on a stick. Or a necklace. Or a belt.
I'm gonna go grab a snack real quick, I think, and then I'll keep drawing. I'm about done with this bad boy.
Sounds good.
My girl's cousin is a professional wrestler, so I learned a lot about their profession. Nice. Yeah, I knew some guys in college that were like amateur wrestlers. They had a league they went to. I also knew a few MMA fighters before it was like super, super big. They just loved punching each other in the face. I'm glad they got an outlet, but there was a lot of like, hey, you want to box? I'm like, no. No, I don't. I don't want to put on gloves and just box you in your backyard. Does not sound fun to me. Some of them are in jail now.
That does happen sometimes.
Yep. My pen is getting too thick again. It's doing the getting fuzzy. I want to work on my Dragonborn. I don't know how to make them. So every time I make them scaly, it feels like they look like snake people. I guess I could do more like crocodilian stuff. I did that a little bit with the last tail I drew. I thought that worked out pretty good. It is just a matter of compartmentalizing the scales. Okay. All right, hang tight, everybody. I'll be right back. Burp.
I just realized it is very dark in my room. I wonder if a storm is coming in. Wouldn't be surprised. It has been very humid the last couple of days. And hot where I'm at. There's a homebrew I found that turned the fighter into a wrestler, and you did theatrics like they do for resources. Cool that somebody homebrewed that for 5e. It's kind of always been part of Pathfinder. Probably not always, but for a long time it's been part of Pathfinder first edition, and I think from the beginning second edition, to have performance fighters. To the point where in first edition there's actually a special weapon quality called performance. That's like on Gladius. And a couple of other things. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. But you get bonuses to a performance check when using the weapon. And it's specifically designed for what's the term? Show fights.
Was that show fights?
Yeah. Remember in first edition the performance special weapon quality on Gladius?
Yeah, performance combat.
Yeah. I know Burning has been doing something similar with Rokar, or at least he has the capability to do something similar with Rokar.
It's essentially how a panache system works.
Yeah.
Which I really like. I really like the panache system.
Hold on, my room has gotten very dark and I need to turn my light on now. Hold on.
I tried Magma Studio and I can't draw as well as you. I'm sorry to hear that. Practice, practice, practice.
Yep, looked out the window. Huge thunderstorm rolling in. It looks like it's
Yes.
it's
They don't get thunderstorms.
Really dirty brown clouds. Probably gonna wash a lot of dust out of the atmosphere.
That's good. We don't get that around here. It's kind of a bummer. But we also have really tall trees, so windstorms not great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call this bad boy. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
I
do
think
with it now.
too. I never did figure out what to do with this back arm. I'll just indicate a little something.
Seven. Frill neck lizard style lizard folk. I have food in my mouth. Frill neck lizard style lizard folk with armor and weapons made from bone. A Sekiro style skeletal prosthetic arm? Okay. Made from their own arm bones.
Ugh.
Isn't that just a skeletal arm then? I guess maybe the... Rude. Real rude. Really
Am I still doing 2d20?
Yeah. Let me check. I think so. We're at 30, so you could roll a 2d12 or d20 to d12.
Okay.
Magma Studio takes a little while to get used to. You really have to fiddle with the pens until you find something you like.
Yeah.
I created a barbarian bard that specializes in grappling. I took the athletic background and chose Gecko 5e sports specialist. Greco. Includes wrestling. Nice.
Dirty 20.
Undead. Sorry, you keep getting undead stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
Ungeneral. Wow. Ungeneral. I read all the words at once. Undead. Generally themed. I think it's supposed to be generally. After General Grievous. Think of a four-armed battle master nightmare with several magic swords he's collected from fallen adventurers.
Okay, so...
Undead General Grievous.
Okay.
Magical swords.
Skeleton Warforged with 4 lightsabers coming right up.
Mm-hmm. Armed battle master. Undead battle master. 4 arms. Sounds pretty cool. What was I doing?
This one does feel right up my alley.
Frilled lizard. Oh my god, they're so funny. Frilled lizard looks super dumb when they're not pissed off.
Yeah, they do. When the frill's not out.
Mm-hmm.
They are very funny. They go from looking like super timid to like... I'm gonna swallow you whole.
4-armed flesh flayer Necron with laser swords. Do we get tricked into doing 40k stuff again?
Maybe. Who was the guy in Star Wars? I think I only saw him in the Genndy Tartakovsky like mini series that was on. Was it?
You're talking about General Grievous?
No, like there was General Grievous, who was pretty scary, but then there was also the one that was like made out of worms that Kenobi totally like destroyed when he tried to absorb him.
Oh, jeez, I don't know what that means. It'd be funny to see a dwarf wearing a Barbie dress. Why? Why would that be funny? I think I've seen that. Also, what constitutes a Barbie dress?
Wearing a Barbie dress, yeah. I need to find a pose, or I need to figure out a pose.
The animal type characters got me thinking, what class could an awakened animal with no hands, like horses, lions, or cranes, can take that they could do without hands? I would argue that, like, I've had people play all kinds of stuff. Like, my friend played a ranger that was a horse. He just didn't use a bow, essentially. He had a human companion with him that I would let shoot a bow, but, like, he was so bad at it.
You just let them use their natural attack.
Yeah, that's the other thing to do. Yeah, with the bear monk, you bite, claw. Horses still have their hooves and a bite, I believe. And then you can find things like there is, in Pathfinder at least, there are items. What is it called? An amulet of natural something that essentially lets you enchant that, and it makes your unarmed strikes do bonuses, so you can upgrade your fists and hooves and stuff. I've also, for horses, done things like horseshoes. You can enchant horseshoes to make their attacks better. Just got back from a project. Did you draw my Jester Scarecrow yet? Nope. Sorry, Jordan. Not yet.
Hasn't come up.
No. I think, like, and then with wizards, like, if you have to do the somatic components, is that what it is? Yeah, the somatic components.
Somatic, yeah.
I think a horse could do that. It's just going to look different than, you know, a person. Or maybe if it requires like specific hand gestures, maybe they can't. Maybe they just can't use that spell. So there's nothing wrong with limiting a spell list. What kind of eyeballs these things have? Black. Great. Ah! Gloves of animated hands gives hands for wands. I guess. Is that a thing? Is that a real thing? I would say that like a horse could use a wand in its mouth. Cranes might be a little different. But yeah. Just awakening a creature does not hands make. What just happened? The group had the centaur character ones, and we discovered the ladders were a hard counter for them. Yep. Ladders, small doorways, some stairs. Cartoon characters have gloves. Okay. Bone armor, huh? I think that means we gotta get a rib cage? We can do a rib cage. Back from the depths. Welcome back. What kind of dwarf? What, like a male battle rager mountain dwarf with a thick red beard wearing a hot pink mini dress with spaghetti straps and open-toed heels? That could be funny. It could also be terrifying. I think I'm just jaded. There's not too many costumes that I think are...
Yeah, I think...
Well, I don't know if that's a hot take or not. Maybe it is. Drag is over the top for me, but not because it's
morally bad.
Right. Like, I have nothing. I have no issue with people doing drag, none whatsoever. I've been to drag shows. I've had friends that've done it. Totally fine, but it's too much for me. Like. It's just loud and over the top. It's just like So
yeah, same.
But I'm also like, I'm not a theater kid, and drag feels like
the
theater at 11.
Theater, yeah,
yeah. So
I agree.
I don't enjoy going to drag shows. I don't enjoy going to many shows, period. Like, that's just... Cons and stuff are hard for me to go to. And those are pretty tame in comparison.
Yeah, same.
Female dwarves have beards, so how would you know exactly? You're saying you won't wear that anyways. Who wouldn't want to wear a dress that pretty? I mean, this kind of thing. Yo, is this Kermit? Yeah, it's a little bit. Kermit the Frilled Frog. Ah. Drag is like wrestling. It's great. Have fun. Not for me. Yeah, there you go. I think I would... Wow, man, that's a good question. Would I rather do professional wrestling or be a professional drag star?
Oof. You know what? I'd rather do pro wrestling.
I don't know, man. Yeah, maybe.
And
because at least then you get to like jump off the ropes and stuff. That'd be fun. I do like acrobatics.
And I do the loophole of doing actual like professional Greco-Roman wrestling, or does it have to be like pro-American?
It has to be pro-American wrestling. That's the whole thing. Yeah, Elvin Hair. I honestly don't grab the... I never understood the whole like effeminate nature of people, what people think about drag, because like there's a lot of really manly men that have done that, and like it's not something that ever came up on my radar of like, oh, that's weird. It's like, he's wearing a dress, great, like that's great. Who cares? so yeah, the theatrical side of drag is too much for me. It really is the problem.
I'm queer, so like I don't care.
So when people come up with like, I'm also like, I grew up in a weird time of like Monty Python's great, and they did all that kind of stuff, and like that was when I was growing up. Anybody that did anything drag related was actually more of an insult of them trying to do British comedy. Like that was the thing that everyone laughed at. It wasn't related to any movements or anything at the time that I was aware of. The way some pro wrestlers wear dresses, there's no difference. The dress kilts are like dresses. You do be getting skeletons? What does that mean?
Is it in reference to what I'm drawing, maybe? I don't know.
I do be getting skulls. I'm sad that there is a like a movement of people being upset about that kind of stuff. It really does bum me out. But that being said, I hate clowns, so you know that's a whole nother story. Performance art can be all kinds of different things. It should never be defined by gender norms. It's not how that should work. Okay, I have to make like a Sekiro skeletal dagger. I could just give him a skeletal arm and just be done with it. You guys using the paid version or the free one? We're using the free one. The paid one kept breaking.
Yeah,
I actually
Rook
tried
was the
to,
only one who could use the brushes.
Yeah, I tried to resubscribe to the paid one a few weeks ago, and like it kept freaking out, and I was just like, all right, whatever, we're just gonna run it. Just gonna run it as is and see what happens. Yep, this is just the round brush. This is straight up the round brush. I have size checked. I have density checked. Opacity all the way up. Stabilizer very low. And 100% hardness.
And I just have density checked. Stabilizer pretty high, actually. That's weird. I don't usually have it up that high. And I switch around, or I fluctuate, like I change opacity a lot and softness.
I don't know why, but I imagine the plant creature from Clyde with the Chance of Meatballs 2 as a D&D character popped into my head. I don't know if I know which one that was. I've seen the movie, but watermelon spearman taco dinosaurs. Okay. That doesn't help me at all. I have no idea. What are you doing out of your cage, lizard man? Blah. Sekiro wasn't made by the Dead Souls guy, Dark Souls guys, was it?
I'm not sure. I know it's the same style of game.
Yeah, it's a Souls game, I think, like style-wise, but
yes, it's a Souls-like, but I don't think it was made by the same.
It was made by FromSoft. Okay, there you
go. Interesting.
I've not played it. I didn't play any of the Bloodborne either because it's kind of I'm not into the dex builds. Both of those games are like highly dex builds.
Yeah.
Bone boys for the win.
I think I actually did those forearm bones correctly.
Nice job. Would you rather dress? And this is going to be a hard one for you, Druid.
Yeah, the answer is no. Would I like to wear clothes? No.
Would you rather wear the luchador spandex or the drag corset?
Ooh.
Because they're both awful. They're both awful.
Whichever one is not made out of polyester. If they are both made out of polyester, then the luchador spandex.
I hate luchador spandex. It was my least favorite part of running track, was having to wear like tight Under Armour.
Yeah, Under Armour has a gross, it feels grainy, right? Like it looks like it's supposed to be really smooth, and it feels very much not like what it looks like.
I mean, either way, you got to shave your legs. Right? So.
Yeah.
Dino meat has got to be tough and fibrous. Think about the density of the meat. Bone frog. I mean, why? Why does it have to be bony and fat? Couldn't they just be giant chickens?
It depends on the size of the creature you're talking about. If we're talking about sauropods, yeah. Especially those neck tendons.
Is giraffe not good to eat?
I'm not sure. I've never had it. But giraffe necks and sauropod necks are very different, actually, because giraffes still actually only have...
Okay, you just like 5 on the actual with me.
Sorry. Giraffes only have 7 cervical vertebrae.
Uh-huh.
Sauropods had lots more.
You just lost the plot, though. So density, muscle density.
Yeah, well,
giraffe be real tall.
Giraffe do be real tall, but skeletally, the skeleton, like the bones and the tendons, do most of the work. Sauropods spent a lot of time bent over, and their necks were a lot more flexible. So the muscles in a sauropod neck had to do a lot more work than muscles in a giraffe's neck.
So what's a better comparison? Elephants. Like, I guess elephants is still... We're talking about like a gator that is massive. Does a massive gator taste worse than a tiny gator? Bro's doing a science lesson. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what we do.
Yeah, I don't know. I think older usually is gainier, so I don't think that's really going to be a factor. I guess diet also is a factor in gaminess. Who knows?
I would imagine like Velociraptor tastes like turkey. That's my guess.
I don't disagree, I suppose.
Now the original Aztec recipe for tacos uses earthworms. I think I'll pass on that one. You gotta clean them. You gotta clean the worms out.
Yep. Things like worms and snails are really easy to farm and excellent sources of protein.
I'm so lost with this character. I think I'm done. I don't know what else to do with this Blizzard boy. I'm gonna do another one though. 23. Never ate giraffe. Now I want tacos. Tacos are good. A male white dragonborn fighter with wings. He's a prince. Interesting. Why do I gotta draw so many lizards today? Why I gotta draw so many lizards?
I don't know. Why do I have to draw so many undead things?
That's a fair point.
It's because the dice god said so.
Fickle creatures. Vindictive, maybe.
Maybe they're helping us both branch out.
Maybe.
Who knows?
All hail the Lizard King, yeah. We should do a science stream sometime. Just do an AMA, yeah. But it's all ask me anything but not about myself.
AMA, how much do you actually know about biology edition?
Bronto stakes. Chult is my favorite area in the realms. I don't agree. I don't remember which one Chult is. You have to remind me. Brennan got upset on fire and figuring out he's sleeping. Oh, yep, that's no good. Yeah. Yeah, sorry to hear that. What I do, it's easy. You walk the other way. He's conflicted? Yeah, walk away. You just walk away. That's it. It sucks, and it's not fun, and you just walk away. Nothing but drama. I wonder when Flunky will return. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think she moved, right? Said she was taking some time off to move? Or did she just move? I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know.
I did some, I got to play some Gartic Phone with them the other week before she took off. It was fun. Hopefully I'll do that again sometime. Tomb of Annihilation module is based there. Okay. Jungles, ruins, dinosaurs, huge trade city similar to Marrakesh. Okay, Marrakesh. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, Palmon, sorry, that's not really YouTube appropriate content, but, and since you're in the chat, I can't really relate to it, but yes, I would just get up, walk out, and never look back. That's what I would do. We can talk about that more later if you want. One time I played Gartic with a VTuber, not a very popular one. I'm sorry? Was it fun? Like, they were drawing inappropriate stuff. Gotcha. We played Gartic Phone a few times on the channel.
Yeah.
It devolved very quickly into just like being mean to rugby.
That probably was because of the crowd we were playing with, though.
Yeah. Flunky has a no Among Us policy, which I thought was really funny because that's all Gartic Phone was when we played. It was just everybody drawing Among Us. So I thought that was funny that that's still a thing.
It doesn't surprise me because of like the little Among Us characters. They are actually really well designed.
Yeah, super easy to draw, very emotive.
Yep.
Gonna get tacos. Catch you later. All right, have a good day. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your tacos. I feel like I've been drawing at least one floaty crown every week for the last few. But I do love me a good floaty crown. What else does a prince, dragon prince do? Should I give him armor? Dragonborn plate mail could be kind of fun. Nudity isn't appropriate. The human body is majestic. Well, it's just the first 2 years of art school drawing naked people. Yeah. You draw a cape or royal armor. I would say a cape would be good, but like if he has wings, cape is going to be kind of complicated. Ooh, but I could just make the wings cape. I guess. Nudity is just, it has its place. Like that's the problem. You gotta read your room. Read your room, know your audience. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
I think K Flay says it best. It's hard to stay innocent when the world keeps showing you its dick. It's like, yeah, that's fair. Just stress. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, Paolo, sorry to hear that. But I've been where you're at. It's not fun. Walk away. Walk away, be mad. Learn. Learn from it.
Man, forearm bones are so weird.
Why do you say that?
The radius and the ulna. Because the way the one wraps around the other and pivots. I'm not doing the connection to the humorous correctly.
There's one on top, one on bottom, right?
Yeah, but one of them is it's not.
I always like the breakdown.
And one of them has like a ball joint and is more or less straight and next to the wrist like that, and the other one pivots and like wraps around, and then they connect to the wrist bone.
You can essentially get away with drawing the forearm as a box.
Yeah.
Kind of...
Unless you need the wrist to be twisted or the hands to be supinated at all.
Yeah. Either way.
Anyway,
You're doing a good job. Keep going.
Thanks. Anatomy lessons.
Yeah. Using the free version. Yeah, I mean, the big thing about digital art is it's kind of unrelated to the program you're using. I say as I freaking hate Blender. Like, you can have difficulties with a software, but if you have the fundamentals of art, you can really use anything. Like, your medium shouldn't define your artistic skill. It definitely can help. Like, there's definitely things that are easier with certain things.
Yeah, things that feel like inherently.
If you feel like your art is
work for you.
Yeah, if you feel like your art is only good because you have certain types of brushes, I would practice without them more.
Yeah. That's not to say that it's bad to have a favorite brush. Just
yeah, totally.
You should be able to use your favorite brush. You just should be able to use other brushes too.
If you feel like you're relying only on that brush to have good art, then that means usually there's something up. And there's something you could work on to improve your art. Saying your art's bad. Just saying. That's a very definitive way to say, like, oh, there's something I could improve on if I work without it. Learn how not to use it as a crutch anymore. Pencil brushes are fun. Yeah. Pencil brushes give you a really cool line. Sometimes I like to use them in Rebel. I like the way that looks.
My favorite brush right now is it's like a chalk, but it's it's like if you had a square piece of chalk and you had it flipped on its side, so you were drawing with along the side, with the corner or edge of the long side. Kind of like a chisel brush with a chalk texture and a tail. I like that one a lot.
Blender be a pain once you know how Fusion or Autodesk inventory. Yeah, that's the thing. I spent 6 years learning and working in. Actually, I spent 10 years learning over a couple different iterations of 3ds Max, and then 4 years working and a job with it, and now Blender is just everything feels backwards. Everything feels backwards, and nothing's intuitive anymore. Every time I'm like, I want to do this, I have to go to YouTube and Google how to find it in Blender before I can even use the tool. It's just very frustrating. So I struggle with it. How do I ring edge loops and extrude upon that face? type 13 different bits of code, then hit X once, then move your mouse, then click, then hit X again. It's just like, I fucking hate you, Blender. Like, get out of here. So mad.
I mean, you've just described my entire process of learning how to use any digital media, except I also had to figure out what the parlance was for the tool that I needed in order to get the effect I wanted.
I'm still the host. Art talk confuses me sometimes. That's alright. I'm trying to draw a mediocre body. Yeah, Melon, I don't know. I mean, I think Magma Studio is great because it's free.
Yeah.
But
free, and all you have to do is free and in your browser.
Yeah. But if you have some other options, you can get GIMP. You can just use paper and pencil. You can use Blender. Blender's got a really weird thing. I don't think Rebel's free anymore. It was free for a while. I think Clip Studio is not free anymore either.
If your CPU can handle it, Krita is still free.
Yeah.
I have discovered that one of the reasons that it's CPU heavy is because it like by default makes files really, really big, so you have to turn down the PPI.
Yeah. I was gonna say there's a lot of setting changes you can do, including like limiting the amount of memory that it uses. That was a big problem with Krita for a long time. Was it defaulted to just like use 100% of your RAM? It's like, don't do that. I have other things using RAM. Please don't take all of it. Photoshop did that too for a while, and they're like, "Whoops, sorry, our bad." Yeah, don't do that. We don't understand why Windows keeps crashing. It's like, well, all of these programs decide that Windows doesn't need any memory anymore. Krita, yeah. It's basically open source Photoshop. Is what Krita is. Somebody rebuilt Krita in a way that is free to use. It is open sourced.
And like, it's very much not perfect, right? Like, but it's free and open source, and that's cool.
Photoshop is like $22 if you want one thing, but $6 if you want a different one, but it's the same application. So there is a difference. Yeah, there's the basically like the photo editing version of Photoshop, and then the $22 one has a whole bunch of integration through other AI programs. So if you're not doing the whole studio thing, like you don't need Photoshop, or if you don't need Illustrator or any of the other Adobe programs, you can usually get away with using the cheap one, which is just Essentials, I think. Photoshop Essentials. It doesn't have access to a bunch of crap that most people don't need. So I think it gives you access to, like, you get Photoshop and then either Bridge or like iStock, whatever the hell Adobe stock program is called. Lightroom. I think you get Lightroom with the cheap version, which works for most people, especially if you're doing digital art. Like, that's more than enough.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to save money because you're trying to learn digital art, I highly recommend just getting something like Krita, or finding one of the few free drawing softwares. And some of them come with your tablet, whatever tablet you're using.
Yeah.
I think I'm done with this bad boy. It's 2:30. I think I'm gonna draw one more. I think we're gonna call it for the day. There's a program named GIMP. Yeah. GIMP is another another Photoshop replacement. It was designed for photo editing. GIMP might be the GIMP is essentially free, non-Windows based Windows Paint. Like if you took Windows Paint and actually gave it some functionality, that's what GIMP is. GIMP works just fine, but it's not great.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never used it.
It's not great. 27. Ooh.
I think
Cowboy artificer with fire genasi with a hat that looks like a cowboy hat. All right.
there it is.
Flame cowboy. This is what I ended last week on too. It was like a skeletal cowboy. I guess I don't have to make this one skeletal. I have a rule that when I draw fire genasi, I make them ladies. So, cowgirl? Posture check. Thank you, Alvin here. I appreciate that. I've used Manga Bang. I've heard of that. Shonen Jumps tool for a while. I submitted for... Tried submitting it for an award. Are we drawing OCs today? I mean, it's the same thing we do every Wednesday. Just people's D&D characters.
So yes, but
So
also
yes.
no.
Appease Paint is something I use, but it's 1 hour a day. That's interesting. Let's do red. That makes sense. I'm not really sure what this hat is going to look like, but we're going to try some stuff. I guess I like to give my fire genasi. I like to make my fire genasis freaks, so I usually give them horns too.
Same.
So is the cowboy hat gonna look weird with horns?
Might. It
don't
might
know
look
how to do
cool
that.
with horns. I think
I
it
don't know
depends
how
on
to
how
do
you do it.
Yeah, I guess so. Why do you always do this? Draw. Oh, Amazon. You bad. Do you mean sexy cowboy Halloween costume? No. No, I don't. Handmade leather chaps. Yeah, closer, but no.
What are you looking for? 10-gallon?
I'm looking for like old Western costumes. Who's giving me weird, dumb shit? I should have typed Old West. That's what I should have done.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Get out of here,
Or
Fro
like
Lizard. We don't need you anymore.
You could also look up specific cowboy movies or like John Wayne,
Yeah.
anything probably.
That's what I was trying to do. So Forge Bear might get done Friday, hopefully. There were a lot today. Sorry, everybody. We only got through, what, like, how many did we get through? There are 16 layers right now, so like, I feel like we did a bunch.
Yeah, I've only done one layer on each, so...
This is the, yeah, we did about 9. I did 9 today, so... Yeah, I don't draw legs too often because it just takes a lot of extra time. I'm trying to do portraits and busts more than anything else.
Oh, that's my problem.
Yeah, drawing the whole body. Oh boy, starting over. That's for the cowboy hat. So that might be the thing that I need to make the main focus here. It might just be burning out. We have been going for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
Those aren't interesting horns. I like to think cowboy hats look like top hats, but with dents in the middle. I mean, that's longer in the front and the back. Pretty close. There's a couple different ways to make hats. Are weird.
Hats are weird. And I've never looked good in them because my head is small.
Character was going to be a rogue, but I think I went with artificer. Nice, okay.
Am I done? Any more details I want to add?
Should I do something more up top? I think something more up top might be better. Okay. I think we've got an idea now. For some reason I can draw objects a bit better than anatomy parts. I mean, it's all practice. Big thing about drawing anatomy is that you got to break them down into pieces first. They're more complicated. That's why hands are so hard, because they're just a lot of little pieces.
Yeah. And so many of those pieces overlap in weird ways underneath the skin.
What am I going to do for lunch today? That's the real question. Smart. Yeah, that's the way Druid usually does stuff. Start with something that's like the silhouette is a great way to start, and then define your details.
Yeah. And I usually start finding my details by like blocking in the shadows, the shadow shapes. But like it really is, it doesn't really matter how you do it, that just so long as you have a methodology for like simplifying a thing and finding your simplifications, finding all of the little bits and pieces, and at least pretending to put them in.
Nope, I think the horns have to go up. Screw up the... Maybe we don't do the horns. Some of these look real cool. That's not a good sign. My AC just like hyper kicked on.
Uh-oh.
Might be hot outside. Wish Magma Studio had a symmetry function. That would be awesome.
Yes, it would be.
Does she have hair? Or is it just the cowboy hat? That's the real question. I think it's just the hat. Maybe we'll give her like a hair up in a bun or something.
Hmm.
Ooh, I'm gonna have egg rolls for lunch.
Oh, that sounds good.
I'm gonna start making my own egg rolls.
I'm still choking down lots of summer squash.
Make some pasta.
I should do that.
Well, that's a deep V-neck. Okay.
All right, I think I'm done.
Nice. Call it there for the day. I think that's a pretty good place to call it.
Yeah, my brain's done.
That sounds good to me.
As is evidenced by the fact that I haven't really been talking or contributing to the conversation or the stream much in the last 15, 20 minutes.
No, that's all right. It's all, we're all kind of slowing down. It's about 3 o'clock. I need to go for a walk and Try to get some exercise done today. I'm afraid the hat didn't really work out. It's kind of there. Maybe these are just too big. Maybe if we do something more like this. And then just make it like... Seems like she's just got fire antlers, though. It kind of reads as a hat. Like, you either have to just draw a hat and then put fire on it, or you just draw fire and hope that it looks like a hat.
Yeah.
Neither of which are great. I'm gonna remove the horns because they don't read. I don't have no squares. The one talking now. That happens. I think it is time to call it, though. It's just flames, but in the shape of a hat. Yeah, exactly. So it's just kind of... I think I've successfully done that, but it's kind of just a weird attempt in the first place. Maybe we tacos too after the stream. That sounds pretty good. Okay. I think that's a good place to call it. Thanks for hanging out today, everybody. Thanks for all your suggestions. We'll be back on a Friday. Try to finish up some more of this list. There's a lot. There's a lot. I think we started with 31 and now we're back at 30-ish.
Oh, no.
Like, we added a bunch too. So.
Oh, I thought for sure that we were making progress.
Let's see where we are. We're 27. So we gained like 6. And drew like 10. Oh well, that's good. You got your dice gods. If the dice gods looked favorably on you, these will be in the Discord.
Yep.
Get those for later.
Feel free to use them for your characters.
No, that's all I got. Let's see if there's anybody to raid, and then we'll call it a day. Nope. No one is around. Okay, well, that's all I got. Thanks again. Commissions are open. If you do want to grab a commission, just message me in Discord. There's a link down below in the comments. And other than that, stay happy, stay healthy, keep your dice on the table. We'll catch you later. Bye, everybody.
Bye.